Hello everyone and good morning. Welcome to Live at the Waterhole. We're starting off with a bang as usual, but this time those big bangs, those elephants are here at Okukuyu. I love seeing elephants at Okukuyu, and that's the waterhole we're watching right now. It's in Etosha National Park in Namibia, and the voice that you're hearing is me, Trishala. I'm just filling in for one day today or this morning. And you know what I like to do during Live at the Waterhole? As one of you have said previously, I like to adopt the pace of nature, and that's what it's all about. It's about taking it easy, giving yourself the space and the time to just imagine that you're sitting here at a waterhole with your picnic basket or whatever it is, and you're enjoying nature in a relaxed, peaceful setting. As usual, we are live and interactive, so you can ask questions and send us comments. You can do that by heading over to our website and registering. But like I've said previously, if you want to just sit back and relax, I invite you to do that too. Because this is your time, the time you've given yourself to just chill and enjoy nature. So we have our 3 elephant bulls on that side. I also see some Gemsbok or South African oryx over on the other end, quite into the water. We have our usual suspects, the springboks on the left. I think I see even some kudu over on the other side. I'd expect some zebra to come through as well. That would kind of complete the usual suspect list here at the Okukuyu waterhole. It looks beautiful and bright. It's sunny across the board. I mean, the whole of the country or whole of Southern Africa is getting quite a bit of good sun these days. But don't take my word for it. Let's head over to have a look at the weather at the various locations. No doubt about it, summer is well and truly on its way. It's quite interesting that in a lot of areas in Southern Africa, spring and autumn don't really seem to exist. We glide straight into summer or the wet season, or straight out into winter. There's no in between. Here at Okukuyu, it's about 40 degrees Celsius, which is really warm, but also not unusual for this kind of semi-arid environment. At Okukuyu, the sounds are really, really lovely. Of course, there's different cameras that we can visit. Here at the Okukuyu waterhole, where the sound is lovely, but we may occasionally hear the sound of tourists as well. And then we can go to King's Camp, which has also really wonderful sound, but doesn't seem to get very busy. Djuma, great sound. Djuma is in the Sabi Sand. And it's one of those areas that feel very much like home to me. And then our 4th camera, at least for this portion of our time together before Africam jumps on board, is the Jamala waterhole in Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa. There we have lots of action with elephants, buffalo come down as well. But the sound there is not the greatest. Hopefully, I mean, it's been a little while, but hopefully by now some construction has ceased. That would be amazing. Then we could actually enjoy the sounds there at Jamala a little more. But for now, the elephants are getting into the water, and I think it's time to settle in, enjoy the sights, enjoy the sounds, and really understand what it is to experience live at the waterhole.
There comes another one. The bull.
Maybe also in December.
Yeah. Also will disappear in the water. Yeah.
Hi, Lenny. Thank you so much for jumping on board. It's nice to hear your name as well, even if it is just for this morning. I mean, I will have a few morning live at the Waterholes with you, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of November, I think. And then I have a bit of a break, quite a long one. But I'm glad to be here, Lenny, and I'm so happy to hear your name. I love it when I hear familiar names. It's almost like we get to know each other virtually. Look at this elephant in the middle, fully submerging himself. Oh, it's lovely.
Elephants swim.
Yes, good swim. Perfect. I can swim very, very good.
If you cross the river also.
Yeah. Because I have a nice belly, they are powerful, so they do.
This is time. And also,
Hi, Billy. Hi, Patisse. Thank you for also jumping on board. You're excited and you're also looking forward to whatever the bush has to offer. And already, I mean, this is the ultimate for me at a waterhole. This is seeing
Because that's
elephants
the
have a
phosphor.
good time, getting nice and
This is the
wet,
phosphor
playing.
mineral
It's
inside.
just such a pleasure,
saying hello.
especially bulls.
Too much
There's
calcium.
another big bull
Yes,
coming
and then
through.
it's really broke.
It can be really hard to judge size through a camera, especially if you don't have anything to compare it with that you know. If you're here in person, maybe you know the height of the tree on the left or something like that. But if you're just looking through the cameras, it's difficult. But I know that he's big because if you looked at him when he was walking towards us and we could see his face, you could see just how wide that space between his tusks are. That tells me he's quite an old bull, and bulls will continue to grow and get taller throughout their lifetime. So if he's already widening so much the distance between his tusks, then he must also be growing vertically.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
These bulls are really having such a pool party. I'm hoping that the big bull that's still drinking at the edge goes in and joins them. Hopefully we can have a slightly closer look as well. There we go. A bit of a closer look at these three bulls that are having a great time in the water. Like I said to you, it's like 40 degrees Celsius here in Okukuyu. It's hot. And these elephant bulls, with their really large bodies and not the right amount of surface area to be able to cool down effectively, really need this play in the waterhole. Gets them nice and cool, gets all that water in between those wrinkles. And sometimes when they get really playful in the water because they're relaxed and they're cool and they're having fun, then they might even play fight for us. Oh, Wally. Yes, it is. It's me, Trishala. You reckon you might hang around then? Well, I hope that you will, because we've already gotten. I mean, this is the best, right? Getting to watch some elephants play around in the water and get to enjoy the sounds of it. That's about my favorite thing in the bush when it comes to elephants. So I hope that you stick around, Wally. And remember, you can ask whatever you like.
fully electric cooker.
Hi, Michelle. Thank you for joining us as well during a busy dinner time. So it's your first waterhole experience. I think it's a good thing to have during dinner time, or maybe while you're cooking. I love watching something like this while I'm cooking. It demands so little from me. It's there in the background. And listen to the lovely sounds. And you're saying that you're loving this. So I'm really, really excited that you're joining us. Nice way to settle into some African wildlife before you settle into your dinner.
Young deer. About
Is it weight or is it young?
that one is big.
This is one. That's a weight, yeah?
Yeah, that's the older deer.
So she's very
Slow,
sweet.
slowly. The other two is also younger than him. So he's the
Yes.
only the oldest.
Nee. Immer über den Außen. Immer, ich habe dann einmal ein Video gemacht, genau den haben sie mir gesprochen.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. If you want to make a video, they are not young.
Yes?
If you are skillful and like that,
Ja.
they are not young.
I think we have a full complement of the usual suspects here at Okokoyo Waterhole. The zebras have come down over on the other side. The gemsbok were around, the springbok, the kudu. I think I may even have seen an impala. But my favorite, of course, these elephants. Everyone's kind of moved off except for the bull that's still having a lot of fun in the middle of the waterhole. But once he starts to make his way out, then we too will move on to one of the other wonderful waterholes that we can visit. We'll just be very patient and wait for him first. There he goes, out of the waterhole, and finally everyone else can relax. When elephants are at a waterhole, they seem to really take over, and everybody else that's come down for a drink kind of just stays on the fringes, and they let the elephants have their space, which is always a good thing to practice, whether you're an animal or whether you're a safari guide. Giving elephants their space is an excellent way to stay out of trouble. But as they move away now, we're going to also move. Let's head over to the Jamala Waterhole in Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa. Oh my goodness, this is brand new for me. Now, the last time we were at Live at the Waterhole, this was not the position of the camera, so this is really, really cool. This is a pleasant surprise. We get an excellent view of the elephants. And you can see its position. The camera is positioned quite high, so we can get to see them. Look at this little one on the island there. Oh, and there's so much water. Oh, this is lovely. And I'm hoping that maybe the new position of this camera will not pick up so many of those construction sounds. Oh, this is great. Now, last time I was doing Live at the Waterhole, the waterhole here at Jamala was quite low, the water level, and then suddenly it was high again, as if they had begun pumping water as they normally do. And as you can see now, there's plenty of water to go around, but that doesn't mean that the elephants are not going to crowd around the best spot to get water from. And that's just here towards the left and closest to the camera. You can see they've all kind of come together around the little pipe that brings the water into the waterhole. When it was very, very dry, they would concentrate in that area because the rest of the water was just way too muddy. But now, everyone can drink wherever they want to. They don't have to line up at the best water. Now, over on the other side, you see they've got some zebra, but also one lone buffalo. Everyone can have a piece of the Jamala Waterhole now. Before it was just taken over by elephants 100%. Oh, we've got a little baby doing its thing. We have a zebra that's busy dust bathing as well, in the same way as elephants do, to try and get. So it serves a couple functions, but when they dust bathe, elephants that is, they usually do it after they've been nice and wet, so they can get a cake of mud all around them. Now, yes, that does act as a sun protection, but it also acts as a way to kind of get some grit on their bodies. And so when they rub themselves on a post, on a tree, then it's more effective to get pests off. So, in a similar way, when zebras do that, they're getting all that grit into their fur. And then when they roll around, they essentially can very easily kill any pests on them and also remove them. Oh, look at this tiny. I love when you see little elephants. If you don't know this already, when elephants are a little bit excited or nervous, their tail goes stiff. Very much like what the baby is doing right now. And little babies, when they move around, their tail is more often stiff than it is relaxed. Or maybe it's just because they're very small. This one's quite tiny, probably only a few months old. It's significantly smaller than the underside of its mother's belly. It can definitely go under. That's the benchmark we use. If the little baby can move under its mom's belly, then it's under a year old. But you can see there's even a bit of a gap above this baby's head, so it's probably only about 6 months old. Marilyn, you say, oh, what a cute little baby. It is a very, very cute little one. And a very tiny one at that, as you say. Somebody sounded very upset earlier. Sounds like one of the, still a calf, but one of the older calves. You know, those ones that are between about 3 and 5 years old. Oh, now Mom's having a nice scratch on that dead stump there, that tree stump. That little baby, just by watching its mother, will also try to imitate her. And it'll learn so much from doing that. Hi, Momo. You have a really interesting question. You'd like to know if I think baby elephants get a fright the first time when they trumpet. Maybe. I mean, just like with children, they don't just begin speaking. There's a whole lot of sounds that happens before that, and the little one will be sending through air through its trunk, so there would be some sound that it's familiar with that it can make, But I suppose that first time that it makes a proper trumpet, maybe it does get a little bit of a shock. But also at the same time, it would have heard that sound coming from other members of the herd too. So it might be a little bit of a shock, but I think that shock might come more from a, hey, did I do that? As opposed to being unsure about the actual sound. But that's an interesting question. The youngest elephant I've seen trumpet must have been about two to 3 years old. I'm sure they'll be able to trumpet before that because ultimately it's just air being moved through the trunk. But we also know that it takes a lot of time for elephants to be able to use their trunk properly. So when they're little like this little elephant's not going to be using its trunk to drink, it's going to be using its mouth. So maybe the trumpeting takes a little bit of practice, you know, funneling the air through the trunk and not the mouth. And when they finally do, I think it could give them a little bit of a jolt. Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground. And look at this little baby just towards the left there. It's also got its tail straight up, just a little bit nervous. Everything's so new. Something that we see with very tiny babies all the time. The tail's just straight, stiff. I think that's an indication of the fact that things are very new and it can be nerve wracking walking around with everyone in the herd. Now, of course, it knows everybody in the herd, but things are still very new. And I'm sure it's hyper aware of all the things happening around it. So it's a little difficult to relax. Hi, Petite. That's a really interesting question. You'd like to know, are newborn elephants ever so small that they find it difficult to actually reach their mother's breast to feed? I have. This little baby just chased that zebra at the top there. I have seen them struggle before, but it's usually when the mum is not in the right position. So when she allows her calf to feed, she will put that leg on the side that the calf wants to feed, she'll put it forward and lean a little bit. And that obviously allows the calf to reach her nipple. But it's always reachable. It just depends on whether the mother is allowing the calf or not, because when she does allow it, she can lean and push her leg forward. When she's disallowing it, she stands kind of straight and doesn't move either of her feet or either of her legs. That little one is having a go at the zebra on that side too. Let's just keep an eye on it. But I've seen them kind of struggle, especially if the mum is busy eating and the calf comes to feed and the mum's not paying too much attention. Then you might see that it struggles, but as soon as she figures out what's happening, she pushes her foot forward and then the calf is able to feed. And also, it wouldn't make sense if that size didn't match up, because then obviously her calf wouldn't be able to survive. So I've seen them struggle, but they always reach the teat eventually.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Look at this little baby. It looks a little bit confused. You can see the tail still a little stiff. I think it's trying to figure out the use of its trunk. Yep, definitely. Oh, I love watching this. This brings me so much joy. It really, really, really does. There you go, kick up some mud. Now, the more the elephants do this, lying down, playing in the mud, kicking up the mud. Look at that one. The more this happens, the more difficult it becomes for others to drink in these spots with all that sediment in the water. So you'll find that the more the elephants start to actually bathe in the waterhole, the more other visitors will come to that little spout instead. Now, unfortunately, the zebra don't have the right kind of anatomy to allow them to drink from that spout, so they'll just have to deal with the very sandy water. Well, we can still hear a little bit of that construction sound coming from the renovations happening at the Jamala Lodge, but this position of the camera is much better for sound. Oh, look at this. One's using its trunk as a little snorkel. Just looks like they're having so much fun. I love seeing wild animals look like they're relaxed and having fun. Now, we can definitely tell if an animal is relaxed by looking at certain behaviors. Also, particular displays. But we can't know with absolute accuracy. But when you see them in this way, kind of just chilling, I mean, this kind of behavior has to mean that they're relaxed because it's a vulnerable state to be in, fully submerged practically. It's a very difficult situation to be in if predators are around or if you feel threatened. So when we see elephants fully submerging themselves, it just tells me that they're really relaxed. It's not just with elephants. Even seeing the zebra over on the other side earlier that was on its back rolling around dust bathing just makes me feel like these animals are feeling relaxed. And very often, the herbivores in the bush, we don't get to see that too often. We're just going to have a little bit of a closer look. I love watching these elephants get up from a bit of a dip or a ridge. It's so entertaining, but it's amazing what they can do. I've seen elephants at other reserves where there's a lot more like hills or mountain faces, and they can be incredibly nimble. Now, this is also interesting. When we see a stiff tail on an elephant, we automatically think it's nervous. And yes, it is nervous, but it's also an indication of their state of excitement. And we've spoken about this before. Excitement can be a positive, it can be a negative thing. Now, this particular one's probably feeling a little bit of increase in its adrenaline or its energy as it tries to get on top. Not really a little bit of panic. It's not a young elephant, but that extra effort, extra boost of hormones and feeling is causing its tail to be stiff because it's not reacting to. Excuse me, elephant. I'm trying to have a serious conversation about your adrenaline and things like that. But no, you're going to just show us some very human like stances as you get up over that little lip. What is interesting there is that stiff tail is indicating some kind of elevation in its body, an elevated state of maybe excitement, elevated perhaps adrenaline, trying to get up there, maybe even panic. But you'll also see it when their little calves, or not even little calves, but calves are being chased by each other when they're playing. It just shows an elevated state. Hi, Agri. You say greetings from Uganda. Well, greetings from South Africa. We're very happy to have you on board enjoying our African wildlife. Hi, Christian. You'd like to know a little bit more about how researchers actually identify elephants or tell individual elephants apart. I know it can look really difficult and it can look difficult for lots and lots of animals, but the more you spend time with them, like researchers do, the easier it becomes. Now, specifically for elephants, elephants roam over large areas, but they also tend to frequent the same spots. So you can tell certain individuals. So the things that we'd look for are especially the pattern of the ear. Most elephants have notches, little cuts, sometimes little holes in their ear, and that's because the skin on the ears is so thin that they easily get caught on things. So that's one way. And I know it may seem like, well, lots of elephants have cuts in their ears, but the size of the cut, the location of the cut is different. And so, what we would usually use is a little kit that has a picture of the elephant or any elephant, like a generic elephant face and ears, and then you draw in specific things. Like you draw in, okay, the notch is there, and there's a cut there, and then that would be put into a folder for others to be able to identify specific individuals. The other things you could use that are very obvious are the tail. So if the tail has been um, bitten off, sometimes very close to the behind, sometimes right at the end where only the tuft of hair is missing. So that kind of thing, the tail length. Then also the tusks. Some elephants, for example, there's an elephant that I know very well. Her name is Fang, and you would see her on the Juma cam. So Fang has a downward pointing tusk, but there are other elephants that have downward pointing tusks. Her tusk, one of her tusks are curved upwards like normal, and the other one is curved downwards, pointing towards her body. But Fang's downward pointing tusk is very long. And it's not one that we've seen anywhere else. So that's an easy way to identify her. But then the other things we'd look for is the makeup of the herd. So we know that in Fang's herd, there's one individual that also has a bit of a shorter trunk. And then there's also short trunk, which is a separate elephant. And then there's another individual who we see often that has half a ear. I think that she might also be in Fang's herd. So knowing the makeup of the herd, knowing the any obvious features like missing tail, end of tail, missing tip of trunk, working together with the different cuts and notches and holes in the ears can help you identify individuals. But it takes a long time, it takes a lot of practice, and it takes spending a huge amount of time just observing elephants. But as long as we keep doing it and any changes are continuously added to those diagrams I was talking about, then you can keep a fairly good record of who's who. But it takes a lot of effort and a lot of observation.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
look at this little guy. I love watching a little calf like this, looking around, putting its trunk in the air. What can you smell? Yes, mom is right there, giving it a bit of comfort, looking around, investigating the world around it. It is so little. And we only have a few minutes until we are joined by Africam and all their wonderful cameras too. And I can't wait for that. Hi, Lazy. Thank you so much for joining us not only today at Live at the Waterhole, but also for becoming part of the WildEarth family. You say you've discovered us when you were ill last week and now you're addicted. Well, I hope that you're feeling a little bit better. But isn't it a wonderful escape? Come in, you can watch the African bush as it is, and you can interact with us. Lazy, I'm sure you already know that you can send through questions and comments like you have already done so. So you can enjoy African wildlife, but you can also learn. Thank you so much. It's always nice to know how we affect people's lives, generally for the better. And it's time to welcome Africam on board. It's so exciting. We're going to see a different range of biodiversity, different landscapes across not only Southern Africa, but East Africa too. So join me in welcoming them on board and their wonderful cameras. We are back at Jamala and Madikwe Game Reserve, but we are going to head over to some of the other cameras in a while because there's just so much to look forward to when we have Africam on board too. My favorite is, of course, the Oldonyo Cam up in East Africa. But at the moment, the action still seems to be happening here at Jamala and Madikwe Game Reserve. So we're going to stick around for a little longer here before we move across. And let me remind you that we are live and interactive, so you can send through questions and comments by heading over to our website and registering. If you want to just sit back and relax and enjoy the sights and sounds of nature, go ahead and do that too. That's what I love most about Live at the Waterhole. I also like the variety, and now that Africam's on board, the variety is just going to explode. But already here at Jamala, we've got the elephants, we've got the zebra, and some baboons walking about. Elephants all around. We had elephants at Okukoyo to start off with. We spent a lot of time with the elephants here at Jamala. But let's head over to Africam Tau, also in Madikwe Game Reserve, because there's an elephant there too. Just a lone elephant bull. Looks like he's already wet. You can see he's a little bit shiny. He's already made his way to the water, perhaps. And I see some, is it a warthog on the grassy bits? Now, what I love is when you see the elephants come through and go after this nice green grass that's closest to the camera. And then the sounds are just phenomenal. But keep an eye out for bird life. These shallows are really great, not only for bird life, but also for reptiles like Nile monitors and for crocodiles. And here at Tau, we do see crocs. So keep an eye out for all of those. And then on those open plains there, you might see zebra, springbok, wildebeest. They're the common ones we see out there, and impala, of course. things are very peaceful here at Africam Tal. Everyone very, very chilled. But let's head over to some animals that are not so chilled, and we don't get to see them very often or for a long time when we're actually in a game drive vehicle or in person. But there are some warthogs over at Juma, so let's head over to the Juma cam. Oh, this is lovely. Here we are at Juma now, and so often we won't get this kind of sighting if you're in a vehicle because warthogs are so reactive to any kind of disturbance around them. This is one of those times when having a static cam is just perfect. Now everybody's getting a good rub on that tree. Most definitely. And I also saw a grey heron somewhere along the way. You can hear that it's a little bit windy, so the cam is a little shaky as well. Oh, look at this one. There's a warthog on the right that's busy investigating that log, trying to lift it. We have some Egyptian geese going past. But it seems like everyone in this little sounder is moving to each point where they can scratch themselves, scratch their noses. And some lovely sounds here at Juma. Always do love going to visit the Juma cam. Of course, I love it more when I'm there in person, because it is very much feels like a home. And now they are very threatened by a black-spit lapwing. Now she's probably guarding a nest there. Did you see how she reacted? She opened her wings and tried to push the warthogs away. If she didn't have a nest to guard, she probably would have flown. Now, this is something we don't get to witness often. These two are play fighting, but look at the way they flick their heads once their foreheads meet, and then also look at the mane on the back of their necks, how it's lifting.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Seems like the fighting has stopped now and everyone's resumed their usual activity, which is just to eat. Oh, things are getting very shaky. It's all that wind, especially when we're zoomed right in. Then a little tiny movement gets amplified. It looks like just a little bit of fun that's happening there in the shade of this bush willow. Looks like a large fruited bush willow. We did see the warthogs, the warthogs having a bit of a box earlier. So it could be a little bachelor group that we're looking at. We need to have a closer look at their undercarriage to have a more accurate description to give you. But there seems to be a lot of aggressive is not the right word. Seems to be a lot of testosterone flowing in this group. Now that's the whole purpose of a bachelor herd. Animals can come together. Male animals male mammals, when they form these bachelor groups, it's an opportunity for them to hone in those skills that are necessary for when they get older and need to fight for females or for territory, depending on what species they are. And being in a bachelor herd allows them to do that. If they were in breeding herds or herds with females and offspring, that kind of behavior could be dangerous and won't be tolerated. So these bachelor herds are really, really important. It allows them to fight with each other, or more play fight with each other, and actually be able to hone in those essential skills. Hi, Dina. You say you just hopped on. Are you excited to hear my voice? I'm excited to be here too. And look, we're looking at a hippo in the middle of Vuyatela Dam. I wonder if it's Dewey. That's nice to be here, Dina. I'm excited that you're excited to hear my voice. We've just got about 20 minutes together, and then the lovely Amy is going to take over. And though I am hearing a little bit of tweeting here and there, it's really being pulled away by all this wind. But look how green and lush Juma is looking. Stunning. I love this period where we're turning over from the dry season into the wet season, and the bush just comes alive with all these beautiful sounds. I really do love it. I can't wait to be back in Juma in person. Hopefully sometime soon. Hi, Matt Mills. Thank you so much for joining us. You say you're recovering from a surgery and you love watching these cameras. I hear that so often, and I think that's a time when many people discover the different cams, whether it's WildEarth cams or Africams. And it's a little bit of an escape. You know, you're sitting or lying in bed and not being able to do much and you need to just recover. And I think watching nature and listening to the sounds can be really, really helpful in that regard. But you also would like to know, how often do African wild dogs appear? And you really do love them and you hope that you'll be able to see them in person one day. This particular waterhole, I've seen wild dogs come here very, very often. It's almost a given stop for them. We're very lucky in this particular area to have quite a few different wild dog packs coming through. And when they hunt on Juma, they usually go to the open areas, and one of those open areas is very, very close to this waterhole. And so almost always I'll see them go have a hunt on the open areas, come down to this waterhole, and then run through the reserve to wherever they've come from. Remember, wild dogs don't have territories, they just have home ranges. But where they den, that's the spot they'll usually return to or come from when they are denning. So I'd say if you're watching the cams, this is a good one for you to maybe realize the dream of seeing some wild dogs. Now, on the Africams, the Mabula cam, I've seen wild dogs on as well, more often than any of the other cams that I can think of right now. But I would keep my eye on this particular one and, of course, on the Mabula cam of the Africams. We've just moved across to that log now because there's almost always a Nile monitor lizard chilling there. But given the heat, they might be a little bit lower, closer to the water, and nobody was there at that time. But let us head back over to Tau in Madikwe Game Reserve where there's still some elephants. Super chilled out here at Tau. Very little wind, as you can see, compared to Juma. Lots of open space. And we've got some elephants to entertain us. There's also a zebra way in the back there. I can see a hammerkop just at the bottom of your screen. And, oh, was that a crocodile that just slinked into the water there? Lots and lots to keep your eyes occupied here, but also your ears. I'm particularly interested in the crocodile. I wonder if you can see what I'm seeing. Just moving in this puddle of water in front of us, there's something that's slinked in, and crocodiles can be really well camouflaged because they spend so much time in the water, and especially when it's muddy water, or even just with a little bit of sediment, that all settles on their bodies, and so when they're basking at the edges, they can be quite difficult to see. But I hope that we do see a croc.
So many humans that weigh more than that. These are boys. Quite big. And their digestive organs constitute 15% of their body weight. That's in a ruminant. Those digestive organs constitute 8% of their body weight.
Oh, there's that croc slinking away just in the bottom right of your screen.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
That little jig that the elephant bull did as it was walking towards this other elephant, you could just see the intent. It's like from a distance he saw that, "Oh, I want to pick a fight with you. Yeah, it's going to be a play fight, but I'm coming for you." It's amazing how you see these little jigs that seem to be reflective of some kind of emotion with elephants, whether it's coming down to the waterhole, whether it's singling out one individual that it wants to have a bit of a box with. You can almost see it in the energy of them walking, the swagger. Hi, Prav. You'd like to know if elephants sleep while they're standing idle? It depends. They definitely can sleep while they're standing upright, but you'll be able to see it because they close their eyes, or at the very least, their eyelids are very, very, very low. But they can definitely sleep standing up. But if you see them and they're very still just for a few moments, it might actually be that they're communicating and they're just trying to pick up as much information as they can. And the best way to do that is to stay still. Just got distracted there a moment because I saw the crocodile move in the water in the direction of the elephant. Now, there's no way that this crocodile is going to attack this elephant. This is a bull, and that crocodile is not very large. Let's just watch and see what happens here. He's coming to drink at the exact spot where the croc has been moving around. The crocodile will try to get out of the way of the elephant very quickly. But the elephant will also be able to see that there are crocodiles or a crocodile or some movement at least in the water. But at this particular waterhole here at Africam Tau, I have seen elephants get spooked by some rowdy crocodiles. And I would have thought that they would have noticed them, but they didn't. And they got spooked. Of course, the crocodiles were not really interested in the elephants. They just had their own thing going on. But the elephants had quite a panic. Let's see what happens here between that croc and this Ellie. Unfortunately, no interaction between the elephant and the crocodile that was in there, but like I said, that crocodile would have been moving very quickly away. Unfortunately, though, this red hartebeest is getting very close to that water. But again, that crocodile in there is not large enough to take it down.
Wayne said he's done. Oh.
And we have some more hartebeest coming down, and it's my turn to hand the reins over to the lovely Amy.
Thank you, Trish. It is good to be back at the Waterhole with everyone. How lovely. Looks like it has been a full morning, lots of elephants, and I'm really looking forward to this afternoon. My name is Amy, and I will be with you until the end of the show at 3 p.m., just before we head into our afternoon sunset safari that is also live. All right, wonderful, everyone. Oh, I'm so happy to be back. I've missed the water holes. It's been a little while. I was on Juma for a bit, and which was great to be there, but so lovely to be back at the water hole and to see all the different animals that are coming down to drink. See a beautiful elephant bull walking there, and some red hartebeest here drinking as well. Hi, Lion. You want to know if it's rare for elephant females to give birth to twins? And yes, absolutely. It is a very rare thing. It's not something that we see very often in elephants. Just because the babies are so big, you can imagine having a baby that's born at about 100 kgs, and then you've got to have two of those inside your belly. So I think it has been recorded before, but it is definitely not something that happens very often at all. But thank you for your question, Lion. Just a reminder to everyone that this is a live and interactive show. So if you are wanting to ask anything, then please do send that through to us. You can do that via YouTube or on the app, as well as on the website, wherever you are watching. All right, everyone. Well, while we wait to see what else comes down at Tau Lodge, we are going to head over to the Warthogs. I think they're at Juma. This is a treat, everybody. Let's just enjoy this. Well, we have headed back over to Juma and we are watching a real pig in mud here, as it were. Is a comment about it being spa time, and yes, I agree with the Zoomy who's in control of this camera. Absolutely, it looks very appealing, I must say. I mean, that mud does not smell the greatest. I was just at Juma, and I can affirm that it's not the most pleasant smelling bath, but they do make it look rather appealing, I must say. If this is something new for our viewers, perhaps some of you haven't seen warthogs doing this before, any animal, they're doing this because it is so hot today. We're reaching a high of about 38 degrees Celsius, and even though it does look quite windy, that wind is very warm. And so on a day like today, the animals are looking to cool down and stay cool for a longer period of time. And so that mud really helps the warthogs to be able to take the coolness with them, as it were. Tina, hello. Thank you for your comment. You are saying that that mud is obviously fantastic for the warthog's complexion. And most certainly, I mean, warthogs are loving life. They are looking pretty well, skin healthy. So I think the animals all a have got the secret of the bush in order to keep their skin looking healthy, whether that be elephant or buffalo, rhino, as well as warthogs. Well, here we have a small terrapin on what looks like a pushed over leadwood tree at the dam. And that terrapin is just soaking up some nice sunshine. Lovely. You can hear a water technique calling as well there in the background. And I thought Trish spotted this blacksmith lapwing earlier, and I'm very sure that that may be a nest over there. So possibly in the next few days or so, we might have some lapwing chicks around Juma Dam. How cool will that be? Oh, the warthogs are on their way back. This is exciting. Now, this looks like a mother with 5 piglets. They all seem to be the same size, possibly from earlier this year. And if they are all hers, that's amazing to see 5 survive. We usually see 3, max 4, but to have 5 is really good work to this mommy. Oh, there we go. Now we've got some rubbing. So that's classic behavior of animals once they have rolled in the mud, and now they have a good scratch on a rubbing post. And in this case, this is the perfect height for a warthog. Something like a buffalo or a rhino and an elephant doesn't work so well because they're much larger animals. But this post is perfect for these warthogs. And this is actually part of what warthogs do, or animals to clean themselves once that mud is on them. They enjoy rubbing up against something like that, and it just gets rid of parasites that have been in the mud, as well as just a nice little scratch. quite excited little animals, I must say, but perhaps they're heading off now to a cooler spot or to start feeding. But mom will make that decision, and so they've decided to run off everyone. All right, well, that was lovely to see everybody, but we are going to head over to Jamala and Madikwe and see what's happening over there. Oh, elephants. Welcome, everybody. I am loving this new camera angle. It is new for me since when I last hosted the show about 2 weeks ago. So this is a fantastic new view to be able to see from a little bit higher up, maybe see things a little bit further away or on the other side of the waterhole. So fantastic stuff here. Looks like all these elephants are just taking a rest. I almost thought my screen was frozen there for a second. But there are one or two moving now on the left-hand side, as well as on the other side. Oh, there's a tiny baby there next to mom. Just walking ahead of her now. And this is the spot that I have seen ever since hosting the show where the elephants really do enjoy coming to drink. I've seen it from that lower angle that used to be where this camera was placed. And I've always wondered what's going on here that all the elephants love so much. But I do think there's a little bit of a freshwater source there. And so the elephants are enjoying that spot the most for drinking if they can wangle their way through. There often are so many elephants that we hear a bit of trumpeting or communication between them when a new one tries to enter into the area. This is actually a lovely comparison for everyone watching to see the difference between a male and a female elephant. So on the right-hand side, we have a bull. On the left-hand side, the one in front of her is a female. Now, there's certain things that we can use to be able to tell apart a male and female elephant. The first thing is the size. Of course, the males are fully grown male is huge. Stands much whole head above the female. The second thing that we can look at is what people often say is the forehead of male versus female. And that sometimes is tricky unless the bull elephant is fully grown. And what they say is the female, at her now, she's looking up her head, she has a very square forehead. In other words, the top of her head and her forehead meet at 90 degrees, making a complete square. There we go. So if we follow up from her trunk to the tip of her forehead and then goes back down behind the ears, between the ears, that makes a right angle, 90 degrees square corner. If we compare that to the male on the right hand side, have a look at his forehead. It's a lot rounder, it doesn't come to a point. And so that is one of the things that often when we're trying to determine male or female, and then the size of the head, of course, the males are a lot larger, as well as the tusks. So we can see in comparison that male's tusks compared to the females when she lifts her head again. Look at that. So hers are probably half the thickness of the males. The length can vary. We can't always say that bull elephants have longer tusks than females. That does vary. I've seen females with very long tusks, just a lot skinnier, compared to bulls that are a lot thicker tusk, even if they may be shorter. So look at that. We can clearly see the difference there. Oh, but have a look at this bull's head. It's got actually colors of lots of different shades of coloring, almost looked a bit green, but I think that may just be the camera and the sunlight today. Although I have seen green on elephants before, if they brush past quite a lot of vegetation or perhaps a rock that's got some moss on it or moss of a tree, you do get green patches along the skin as well. We can, of course, look at other things such as what's between their hind legs, but that's really not such an obvious difference sometimes, especially because of the female's genitalia being quite loose and almost looking like a penile sheath to a degree. It can be very tricky. So rather look at some other distinguishing features that can maybe help you if you are trying to identify a male or female elephant.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
It's been absolutely wonderful to watch this elephant with such incredible detail, really. I mean, we can see the reflection of the water on its body, we can see the detail of the mud on its back, every single wrinkle and line, even the sun. I think it's hitting some hairs that are on the side of the elephant's body. So these cameras are absolutely amazing. Really does feel like we are looking from the deck of a lodge at the waterhole and being able to see these elephants interact with one another. A young one on the right's just decided to start having a mud bath, and the other one climbed on top of it. I must say, I think elephants playing at a waterhole, the younger ones, the next one's about to go down as well, is really special. It's one of those classic African safari experiences that are really just, you can't explain it to someone until they've seen it for themselves. But it brings me a lot of joy. There we go. We can have excuse me, a really close look at these elephants. That really does look like such a fun time. Hello, Adam. Thank you so much for sending in your comment. We really do appreciate it. And I completely agree with you. Ellies really do know the definition of a good time. They are having a absolute ball here this afternoon. I think what makes them so entertaining for me like this is that they're quite clumsy. You know, for animals that are usually so quiet and walk so carefully and quite poised in the bush when they're feeding or even drinking, for them to behave like this, it's almost like it's out of character, which makes it so much more fun to watch. I bet. Yes, absolutely. They did decide that they also wanted some spa time. And so they have also come down to enjoy the water as well and cool down. Like I said, these animals know, the mud's good for them, the water's good for the skin. They obviously, it's the secret of the bush for, good skin. I think what I really enjoy as well is that there comes a point where these elephants have definitely cooled down, right? They have had the water on their skin for long enough, and now they're just having fun, really, which is also so lovely to see.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
The two elephants that are lying down look as though they're trying to make mud angels with the way they kicking their legs back and forth. A baboon has also now come down to join and have a drink, which is quite interesting actually. I didn't even see the one on the left. I only saw the one on the right that was so camouflaged in. Well, we are lucky to see this baboon who actually has a baby as well, just in between, well, hanging on its tummy there. You can see those very pink ears, which means that is a very small baby. Mom has found something to munch on. And the other one wants to have some as well. Demi, I think is the name. That is a very good question. You want to know, oh, Denny, sorry, Denny, not Demi. If the dads ever carry the babies like that, that's a very interesting question, Denny. I'm just thinking now from my personal experience. So I I don't offhand remember seeing a baby being carried like that on a dad. I think I have seen once or twice them actually sitting on the backs of a male. But the reason why we generally see it only with the females is because of the teats that are located in the female in that position, and so the baby's able to suckle when attached to mom in that way underneath the belly, and can even suckle while on the move. So it's very convenient, especially when they are um, jumping around or in trees or that sort of thing. And of course, it's very safe to be close to mom like that and to hang on under the belly. But Denny, I will check that out. That's a very interesting point to raise. Personally, no, I haven't seen a baby, especially a baby of that age that's quite young, still under 7 months old, um, attached to a male baboon in that way. It is usually, you see that sort of size baby, and the baboon that it's attached to is its mom. Um, they have a very close bond in that way with mother and baby. But Danny, I'll have a look to check. But I think I've definitely seen them, like I said, on sometimes the males. They hitch a ride on the back, or the younger ones are playing, and then they holding them or something like that. But that particular with the baby under the belly when it's still such a baby baboon, I've personally only seen with female baboons. But thanks, Danny. Thank you for that question. All right. Well, it has been lovely to just spend some quiet time here at the Waterhole and see these elephants. And I'm sure we may come back a little bit later, but for now, we're going to head over to Tower Lodge and see what's happening on that side. camera is going to move slowly to the left-hand side, everyone. And there are some elephants that have come down to our waterhole. I see that the very green grass is still here. I wonder if we'll have any elephants crossing over again close to the camera to be able to feed like they did a couple weeks ago. That was most entertaining. We also sometimes are able to spot one or two of the crocodiles that we often see here, and of course the water birds. This is one of my favorite water holes for water birds. There tend to be quite a few different species around, which is wonderful. As well as a favorite place for the elephants to also come down for a mud bath, particularly more on the far right side of the waterfall, and they often drink there where that elephant is drinking right now. I always notice how these elephant zoos, yeah, look so huge. I'm not sure if it's because of the camera angle, but it is something that they just seem to be head and shoulders. I mean, their front legs are so long. Particularly that one that we're looking at now, coming to drink some water. He really is large. Oh, sorry, not drink water, but splash himself with mud. Sorry, Mr. Elephant, I made the wrong assumption there of your actions. So we're going to slowly pan to the right. Like I was saying earlier, there's a particular area of this waterhole that these elephants do enjoy mud wallowing at. And when I say that, I mean it. They tend to completely splash themselves, roll down, really, especially if two young bulls, they often are playing together. So we're just going to have a check out at that. But as you pan across, you can see how much elephant dung there is around this waterhole. It really is a favorite spot for the Eddies. Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm so happy about this, everyone.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
You can see now in comparison the size between a warthog and an elephant. No wonder that log that we saw at Djuma wouldn't quite work for an elephant. It is a lot bigger. Well, that elephant is definitely gotten his effects of his spa day today. There comes another elephant down to the mud wallow and a warthog in the background. This is fantastic, everybody. We can just see how these animals gravitate towards the water in the weather that we are having at the moment. Hi, Kiara. That is a very interesting question. You want to know how an elephant that's stuck in the mud would be rescued. Um, Look, I think the most likely elephant that would get stuck in the mud is probably one of the baby ones or one of the very young ones that just misjudged a mud wallow and now just doesn't quite have the strength to pull itself out. You could see how, even though that elephant was deep in the mud, and we saw the elephants before that, actually at this very waterhole that came really close to where the camera is located, and that mud is basically to an elephant's shoulder, a huge elephant bull's shoulders. So if there was any chance that they were going to get stuck in the mud, it would have been then. And we saw, just because of their strength, that that's not something that they have to worry about. But if one of the little ones were to get stuck, definitely the rest of the herd would help them, specifically the mom. And just with the pulling of her trunk, she would easily be able to assist an elephant that gets stuck in the mud. In terms of any human assistance, there wouldn't be any, because these are wild environments where we want nature to take its course. Of course, if it was a man-made problem, for example, snares and that sort of thing, then we do intervene. But there wouldn't be any sort of human operation to try and get an elephant out of a muddy, sticky situation. We would then, especially with elephants, they are have such strong family bonds, and so it wouldn't be long before the whole herd is helping to assist, trying to get that elephant out from where it is stuck. So I hope that answers your question, Kiara. Thank you so much for asking that. So I think these are the elephants that were just further to the left-hand side earlier, and they've slowly walked to this favorite spot of theirs to all start splashing themselves with some mud.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
I absolutely love when an elephant does what that elephant on the left just did right now, where they take some of the muddy water and they actually flick it over their head like that. It almost looks like a party trick. Earlier, Trish was speaking about how sometimes researchers use different markings on elephants to be able to identify individuals. And I just noticed on this elephant on the right, his ears are in pretty good condition, but there is a particular little mark on his right ear, on our left, the left ear that we can look directly at. And so that's quite a signature little feature. Sometimes I've seen elephants with quite a big nodule or lump on their trunk, and sometimes there's a chip in the tusk, and all these things, particular combination, I think is the word to say, combination of things together, give you identifying features of individuals so that we can actually track and monitor and keep up with the life of particular bull elephants, matriarchs, even sometimes little ones that we can follow their life and see what they do and learn more about these incredible creatures. That was very smooth by the elephant on the right. He actually dragged, I wonder if he's going to do it with his back foot, pushed his feet down so he almost slid over the bank. But you can just see how well used this waterhole is by how smooth those edges are. It really is. And that's also how the waterhole increases in size over years and years. You know, with all the elephants digging more and more into the side, wanting to get more ground into the mud wallow, slipping and sliding, brushing up against it. Eventually, it actually does have an effect on how large the waterhole is. You may notice that there's an elephant in the background that looks a little bit of a strange color. But that is just from the dirt that it's been, sand that it's been throwing. It's actually walking away now. Absolutely classic, but almost looks like it has these white blotches And that is not a leucistic or elephant that's losing the color of its skin at all, but just from some of these, you can actually see in the background here some very, very light soils. And there's obviously uh, other types of rocks that break down and form a bit of sand, and that elephant has brushed up against it or thrown it on itself. Oh, we're having a look at some of the close up of the elephant's feet. And I love elephant feet. I think that it's one of the most fascinating things about an elephant, other than its trunk. And the fact that those legs can carry the weight up to 6 tons, if not more, of pressure that weighs on those feet. They really are unbelievable. And there you could actually see the transfer of weight onto that front right foot and how it changed shape, which to me is so interesting. So, what we have in the foot of an elephant is this fatty pad that can adjust to whatever it's walking on. It almost molds over the things that it walks on and not just crunches them completely flat. And it's difficult to sort of comprehend with the size and weight of an elephant, but it is true. And so we see as that elephant transfers weight from one foot to the other, you can see how that foot contracts when it lifts up the foot, almost um, yeah, contracts on the sides and forms a bit of a bulge at the bottom. When it places its full weight down onto it, there we go. So it gets a little bit skinnier and rounded at the bottom. And when he'll go flat again, then it spreads out a lot more, forming that massive track that we often see out on Game Drive. And then, of course, the elephant trunk is also a fascinating part of this animal. And those two little tips that you see of that trunk are just like fingers. That is how precise they can be with them. Hi, JPG. Thank you so much for your comment. I am so glad you found this channel as well. Absolutely wonderful to have you with us. And I do hope that you will make it part of your everyday if you can, or at least visit us regularly. You loved watching the baby Ellies. Me too. Always. They are so cute and so sweet and provide endless entertainment for all of us.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
These elephants being so relaxed and just taking it easy is definitely putting me in a very calm mood, to say the least. Hi, Marilyn. Thank you so much for your question. We always appreciate questions here at Live at the Waterhole. And you want to know if the elephants are resting when they're standing still? Yes, Marilyn, that's exactly what they are doing. They don't sleep like we do in, they have a set sort of 8 hours. They go to bed, they sleep, and they wake up in the morning. So they often take times during the day when that suits them, depending on sort of, I suppose, if they've eaten or if they've had water or whatever. I wish I could read an elephant's mind, but we can only observe their behavior, and this is how. And so that makes sense to me that when they are not eating or drinking or having a swim, and they're just standing very still, often we actually see their trunks completely rest on the ground, sometimes even lean up against a tree in the shade. And then an elephant is, in inverted commas, sleeping and taking a chance to just, well, not do anything really, I suppose. And so, yes, I would consider that behavior to be resting. Elephants do sometimes actually lie down to rest as well, Marilyn. They don't always stand up, but especially some of the bigger bulls do prefer to stand up just because they are so large and it sometimes takes quite a bit of effort for them to get up and down. Whereas with the smaller elephants, the baby elephants and the younger elephants, we do actually see them lie down sometimes completely. I've actually seen, which is quite amazing to witness, is when a matriarch's decided that it's time for a rest for the herd, and that could be for various reasons because of the heat, because of the young ones getting tired a lot sooner than the bigger ones. And so they all stand in the shade of a beautiful big tree. And well, this elephant's now woken up from his rest. They're all in the shade of a big tree and they'll almost form a sort of circle where all their bottoms will face towards the inside and their heads towards the outside, like a protective ring. And the young ones will lie down in the center of that ring. And it really, it's one of those things that I didn't believe it until I saw it myself, but that is also what the herds do when the younger ones do need to rest. This elephant has now doing actually what I was mentioning earlier about getting some extra ground in from the bank and then using his foot to mix that mud into the water so it really makes a nice what I would call sludge, which it will then use to splash on itself, and it'll be absorbed into the skin and held in the wrinkles. Well, the coolness will be absorbed by the skin, and the wrinkles of the elephant on its skin allow that moisture to be trapped in between those lines, and so that elephant is then kept cooler for longer. Oh my word, everyone. Did you see how that elephant got out of the water? That was absolutely hilarious. So this elephant bull is what I was talking about. In that trunk um, sits right on the ground, resting like that, except for his friend now who's come to wake him up, saying, "Sorry, you can't snooze now." um, no, I don't know what he was saying to him, maybe just greeting him. But if that was a friend of mine, I wouldn't be impressed with interrupting my resting session. So that trunk, when it's completely down, the whole trunk, there we go. We see those muscles relaxing in the trunk and the very tip of it being completely on the floor. Then that is a sign that that elephant is having a bit of a snooze. I wouldn't say they ever completely lose consciousness like we do when we sleep, um, but they definitely do go into a time of rest. It looks like this one now that maybe his friend came to him and said, "Okay, I'm done with my bath. You can go now." Maybe. Who knows? Hi, Candice. Thank you so much for sending through your question. And that's a very interesting one. Let me think. You want to know if I have noticed any difference in the elephants between the different locations? I think in the elephants themselves, no, they are elephants. They look the same. They do very similar things. Um, I think behavioral wise, perhaps what I've noticed, um, the biggest difference is between a place like Oldonyo in Kenya compared to a lot of the other waterholes that we've seen. Myself personally, have only ever seen elephant bulls at Oldonyo, not never heard. I don't know if it has been seen on the waterhole before, but for me, I haven't actually seen a herd up there. And then not so much splashing themselves up in Kenya and more just drinking. Whereas, of course, here we can see um, how much these elephants enjoy a mud wallow and cooling themselves down and splashing themselves with water. That may be, of course, because the waterhole up in Kenya isn't a muddy one. I think it's got a concrete or cement sort of base. So therefore, the it doesn't form like a muddy slushiness that the elephants would enjoy. So yeah, I think that those are the main sort of differences that I've noticed. But otherwise, in terms of an elephant, they are very much all the same to me. So we're going to take a pan around, see if anything else is around the waterhole. There seems to be another bull heading this way. And then the grey heron, that is still here. It has been a regular for us at Tower Lodge. I'm glad to still see he's around. He had a few close calls with a crocodile. One of the crocs really did enjoy sort of, I guess, following the heron around. Whenever the heron would catch a fish, that croc was all too eager to try and also get a meal for himself. So, but this heron's very aware and very attuned to its surroundings. So, you can just see how carefully it does move through the water, hardly disturbing it actually as it moves. I think there is a crocodile here in front of us, definitely one on the left moving already, standing by in case that heron does catch something. Oh, those are the two. Okay, fantastic. I'm glad to see they are still around. You really get a sense of how busy this waterhole is by all that elephant dung. It really is a favorite spot for the Ellies. And two blacksmith lapwings coming here. Interesting to see what the third one is going to do on the right. I think it may be sitting on something like a nest, just because, oh, maybe not. Unless it was an imposter and mom and dad came home to find another lapwing on its nest. I'm not sure. I think the grey heron has also taught me patience. It's one of these incredible, all of actually the water birds that do sort of hunt um, like them. They sort of wait and stay as still as possible so that something will swim right close to it, and then it'll jab its beak down through the water and catch the fish or the frog or whatever that it's trying to hunt. And so often, if there is something in mind, you won't even notice it, but it'll slowly lower down its head inch by inch until it's sort of right above the water. And then in the last moment, put its head down and pierce whatever it is hunting in the water. Oh, wow. Did everyone see that crocodile try and take a bite? I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's a floating ball of elephant dung. I'm not 100% sure, but I wonder if it actually was just testing if it was something that it could hunt or not. But, or maybe it went for something else that was close by and it just ended up with a mouth of elephant dung. The next one is going to also go check out what's so interesting on this side of the pond. we are going to leave these crocodiles, grey herons, blacksmith lapwings to carry on here, and we are going to head back over to Juma. The old faithful pair of Egyptian geese. Almost a guarantee at the waterholes, not only in South Africa, but all over the world. But particularly here at Juma and across Madikwe and all the areas where there's water, there's often a pair of Egyptian geese, if not more than just two.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground. I wouldn't be surprised in the next few days or weeks ahead we see this pair with some goslings as well. We'll just have to keep our eyes peeled if there are any little ones that do pop out. They've also decided to have a drink of water this afternoon here at the dam.
Hi, Victoria. Thank you again for asking a question. We absolutely do love your questions. Um, and you want to know if birds will ever, that sort of were nesting on the ground, ever begin nesting in a tree. I think the only way that that would sort of happen is if there was an immediate severe threat that started impacting the survival rate. So, for example, we always like to talk about the blacksmith lapwings and how they have their nest sort of just a scrape in the ground and how easy it would be for something to walk over the nest and accidentally, break the eggs and kill the chicks. And if that was something that was seriously having an impact on their survival, then I would, assume that the birds would adapt and try to nest somewhere different, for example. But I think what has happened is that those birds are breeding successfully. So why change what's working in that way? Um, and the birds that do nest on the ground often do have a lot of protective behavior, as we see even in something like an Egyptian goose. They are so protective over their chicks and they really do look after them. And I mean, for a blacksmith lapwing, they act like 50 times their size sometimes. I think, not scared at all to chase off anything, even the size of an elephant, from their nest, as long as something doesn't, trample on it accidentally. So, Victoria, I hope that answers your question. I think it's something that would only, like I say, happen if the species was no longer being able to survive with the current nesting habits that it practices, that there would be a sort of change in adaptation to those variables that it may be facing. There is quite a stiff breeze around Juma and the surrounding areas today, so I do apologize for the camera shaking, but it is just the wind, I believe, that's moving the camera that is looking over the dam. All right, well, it has been lovely to visit Juma, but we are going to head across to see what's happening at Okakuyo. Okay, so we have arrived in Namibia, everybody, and it looks like there are some zebras that have come down to the water to drink.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
I do see a rather large bird perched on the left-hand side of the waterhole. I'm not sure if we can zoom in at all on that, but with it being such an open area, we do sometimes see some of the birds of prey come down to this waterhole, which is so lovely. I do know that there's a tawny eagle that's sometimes seen. We saw, I think it was, I'm sure if it was a batelia. But anyway, we do sometimes see, and especially now with the migrant birds coming back to Southern Africa, we get to see them. Oh, sorry, everybody. That is my mistake. Just from a distance, I just saw it was a bigger sort of body, but I think that is actually an Egyptian goose. The way it had tucked in its head just made it look a bit bigger than what it was. But good to ID. Thank you so much. There are some guinea fowl though walking in the background, also coming to have a drink of water. The little grebe is swimming every now and again and drops down underneath. So there is plenty of bird life still around at the Kuyo. And also quite a windy day, everyone. We can see on the water, usually it is quite smooth. And a little bit over there we go, it looks like a dust storm that's coming across. Wow. That is amazing. That poor Egyptian goose didn't know what hit it. It once again just points to the harshness of this environment and how these animals are actually so tolerant and are so accustomed and adapted to the environments they live in, and can deal with such harsh conditions sometimes. Even a massive dust storm like that blew through this particular waterhole. Yes, Dylan, I agree with you. That dust storm was very awesome. Not something that I've actually seen on my time doing the Waterhole. I'm sure they do happen, or they have happened before, but that was very awesome to see. And clearly, maybe a change of weather coming, something like that, when you've got wind is, of course, caused by the difference in air pressures and the movement of hot air to or cold air into hot air into cold air, um, that sort of reaction. And so, with the movement of air, I wonder if there is not a cold front or something like that that is pushing some of the air across and causing this quite heavy gusts of wind, although it does look to have calmed down now a little bit. But this afternoon has gone so quickly, everyone. I can't believe it's actually almost time to say goodbye. I will be back with you again tomorrow for the second half of the show. So I'm very much looking forward to that, where we again get to visit these different water holes and the cameras that are there across Africa. And I'm excited. It's always a new day, something different that we get to see and hear at these water holes. We never quite know what will be waiting for us. Thank you again to everyone who did tune in to watch. We really do appreciate it. Thank you for sending through your comments and questions. And straight after this, we'll be heading into our sunset safari. So please do make sure that you stay tuned. It is a fantastic thing that we are able to bring you your very own live safari from the African bush, both in the mornings and the afternoons. So that will follow directly after this. I do hope that you will all come back tomorrow. I look forward to spending another afternoon at the Waterhole with you. But for now, from me, this is goodbye.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, hello and greetings everybody. Thank you so much again for joining us out here on the Sunset Safari. I hope everybody's excited and well and ready to learn a lot about the African